Hold on, I'm gonna put my cat to the mic. I'm gonna put my cat up to the mic.
Say something. Say something. You were so talkative earlier. Come on, give me a meow. Marcy. Give me a meow. You're no fun.
Hello, everyone. I was gonna try and get my cat to say something to the audience, but no. No, she's only gonna she doesn't want to she doesn't want to talk anymore. But that's not what we're here for. We're not here for cat on the mic. We're here because I am about to go absolutely gay for Bamboo-Hatted Kim, alright? It's about to be all over the screen. I love the Blade lineage, right? I love them in Ruina. I love them in the Intervallo that they were in. I love the aesthetic, right? I want to claim his bone, alright? So, with that in mind, from what I understand, this is a fairly long Intervallo, so I don't want to waste too much time. 1 second. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay, so this is the team that we are going to be using. We're not going to really be using the, actually, you know what, hold up. You know what, we'll probably swap it to, because from what I understand, just in case. You know, just in case. Just in case. But yeah, we're gonna be trying to use like a mostly Blade lineage team. And I did end up pulling for the LCD OSIR Ishmael, right? And I also did end up pulling the Shadow Vested Blade Singer. Because Lord have mercy, I am not doing this event without him. Tonra, please start calling him start calling him Bamboo Hottie Kim, because it'd be really funny. No, if anything, I'm just gonna yield my fist to claim his boner. All right. In Ruina, I used him to get Zhao killed. I had more trouble with Yan than Zhao. In all honesty, Yan's gimmick inside of Ruina was very like. It was a lot more than Zhao. Like Zhao's just burn. But yeah, we got all of the, we have all of our prepped equipment for this encounter. That being said, it is time to go into the event. And I really do love, I just want to say, before we get into it, I love the, like, contemporary, like, surreal kind of collage gimmick, you know? With all the photos and all of that. I think it's really fucking cool. Like, look at the event currency. This shit's freaky as fuck. I cannot fucking wait. Let's get into the stages already. Consultation session. And also, yes, I just uptied Rodia just so that I can get the passive. The passive is the only reason that she's there. You'd think that, like, the C-branch Rogia would have something to do with, like, poise. No. It's Rupture. It's Rupture. She doesn't necessarily have, like, a good poise unit. And Kurokuma Blade, like, the Kurokuma unit is, like, dog. No, wait. For this one, we should go back like, there. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him. Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rogia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. You know, I'll be honest, it is kind of, like, cool to see, like, what there's actually happening during like combat. You know, it's fun to see that. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over into the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Autis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi-Sung, and Mersal were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Roja and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but yeah, they gave Roja access to the company wallet. Terrible idea. This was not the first time Fausta seemed unlike herself. There have been times when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust Dante. So I was right! You are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more to get the bottom of it, but the way that she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events of the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was only left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Araya Shiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered who transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Fucking Bongi, really? We're bringing up them right now. Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would provide inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of your experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is your allotted mission. She's saying a whole lot of words. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell, and that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Okay, this has been mentioned before, and I feel like I might have thought about this before, but this is only one of the very few times that we've actually mentioned what the fuck an aspect is. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or whether it's an object, but I know of one thing. It's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively. Desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it is, actually, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest that you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten plenty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision. And Rogya's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off of them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. I'm imagining that's the Malkuth power. Because the Ira power is fairly simple, you know? Just make a guy stronger. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rogya... Wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge bag at fucking... Take the wallet away. Take the wallet away. And for Otis's group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. And that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? It's him. It's him, chat. I cannot wait to see him. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC... No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. We're about to meet him, chat. So, like, he's actively having to, like, control the rest of the sinners while they're doing the Malkuth one. Okay. One sec. Eating chip. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all of arm and hand signals? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! Oh shit. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it, even the rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand symbol that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily. The flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanst to say. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't even think Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Oh, she's back. Megaton landing! Yay, we get to do more work with her! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the insipidence of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl, not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... What the fuck is Pride Resonance? Dog. Do you play Limbus Company? Do you play Limbus Company? I'm just, like, this is an honest question, for real. The one apparent to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably the local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How... Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things, no big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? He sure is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that... What do they mean by this? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Please tell me he's not a fucking goober. Please tell me he's not a goober. Ah, you have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. Yeah, Marcel knows a thing or two about sunlight. That's for real. But they do be standing like, they're aura farming right now. They're fucking aura farming. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings, and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I had not been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. You really have to dress it up like that. I told you I only took on that role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Ah, gotcha. support. I did not expect. He was not standing there menacingly. Oh my god, who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Happy Pride Month, everybody. I still want to make it clear that it is, in fact, all over the screen. Oh my god. I was not expecting that. And Ongdu looks so, like, depressed. She has, like, the whole, like, standing of him and everything. Like, oh my god. You know what? This is a perfect time to mention that we are currently doing this stream for Absolute Pride Resonance, donating to Outright International. If you are here and you do have the, and if you are willing, and you have the money to do so, we would absolutely appreciate it if you go ahead and made a donation to, the goal. The main charity has already passed the, initial 10,000 goal and actually doubling it. But I will say that I have my own set of rewards going, and if we can get to that $5,000 goal that I've set on my channel, I'm going to commission a VTubing avatar to do things in the future with. So if that's something that interests you, by all means, make a donation if you're able. Oh, okay, I'm like breathing now. I'm able to breathe. I think I need another chip. Charity passed the goal because Frey is a freak. You're so real. Frey was freaking in some of his streams. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yes, that's me. I guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. I love him. I love how he looks. I think, like, he's absolutely, like... Underneath that, it actually absolutely makes sense that he's nothing but John Limbus. Oh my goodness. Search for the inflection. I want to use my IDs. Goodness gracious. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The man who had Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? That's what I'm saying! Rick Ruin. Real! He's literally Rick Ruina. Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you... Okay, can we check again, just in case? Can't really wrap my head around the fact that he's this... That this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of taking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Ongdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. Yeah, he clocked him immediately. You know what? I'm gay for Pride Month now. I'm gay for Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Give him to me. I also told them that you were a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Ongdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you could say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Shut the fuck... Okay, now he's gaslighting. Now he's gaslighting. Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, it is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. No, you don't get to share. Defray, it's mine. I'm taking it. It's just mine. Look at that chiseled jawline. Do you think that I'm willing to share that chiseled jawline? I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why dost thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the battlefield during Operation Spiderpire. You'll have to account for your absence in that mission. Oda's addressed Kim as though she were conducting an informal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious that she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job. With a frown, too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ongdu's apparently been prompting me as, folks. And I very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably forced you to say. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all. And then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were on again about what's its name, Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. You know what? I'm gonna say this. This makes sense as to why Mersal now has the bamboo-hatted Kim ID. Because it seems like that he'll absolutely do his job. But it also doesn't seem like he wants to do his fucking job. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. What is that face? This dude, okay. This fucking guy reminds me of, like, what's it called? The guy in anime that is, like, hyping himself up. He reminds me of King from One Punch Man. Holy shit. This dude is like such a fucking bum. We need to see the aura being farmed, alright? We need to see him aura farming. That right there. That's what I kept telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? He's just exhausted at this point. He's exhausted with her. Gintama? Yeah, no, like really, this dude is fucking Gin. Fucking hell. No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can... Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. Oh my god, she's delusional. She's fucking delusional. I'm so sorry, bamboo-hatted Kim. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid your conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the oh my god. Oh, oh, this might be a yandere. She might be a fucking yandere. Uh-oh. She is doing... I'm gonna have to fight her. I'm gonna have to fight Ongdu. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than the eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Oh my god. My glorious king, I'm so sorry. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. So that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess? Let's say there was a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's glaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists to show them off, as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh! Such graceful smoothness wed the machine articulation. 'Tis as though I'm beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. There's a funny fan theory that the TV Kim was watching is the same that was stolen from Kira in Twinning Threat. I can absolutely see that. He's a fucking bum. He's a fucking bum. He's bum as shit. Yep. The showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwarz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. And they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as he had glimpsed something that brought him back to his memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You notice that Sinclair isn't bothered by prosthetics because she lost her arms and didn't choose to cut them off her robot arm. Yeah, no, this wasn't her choice. This was like, fucking hell. Like, she kind of had to, you know? Wait, actually, I thought they reused those CGs. They kind of look like reused ones. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say that she was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Ongju's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly swooped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Marcel's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What'd I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled it out a little bit, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, went back in. With a quiet nod, Marcel took the object from Sinclair's hand. Seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. This is like one of the first few things that Marcel has actually done, like without order. Interesting. Interesting. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Marcel's answer came without any further explanation. But the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. Once I received a report of containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war, film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, for what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. Oh, like Ezra backstory. Okay. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught of deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. We haven't cleaned up the distortion already? Couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now? They only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handled a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may be less mathematical term and more of a specialized polysemy, referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the mode of intent, or indeed the point of inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door to their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean the Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are high-maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it's another thing. So this tells me something that, like, Dante has, like, the weird ability to specifically cause, or cure distortions in additional ways, which is fucking cool as shit. Salsa verde chip. But you guys can march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da, patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? I'm not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished. As we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the times peeps try brute force approaches to it first. Then when things go south, they send requests to the company to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped to commission all kinds of agencies like the Zwei and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon is related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. And that's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of the uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mersal... I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersal? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pin frame team of Service de Clos. Mersal recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he already had sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pin frame team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough. Whoa, is he okay? Is he like a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Oh my god. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. Come on, he's a man. He's a whole ass man with big old breasts. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to the shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Huh? The possible range of connection between two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. They turned my stranger into a fucking book. What is this? The library? No, I know. I'm so sorry. Because, aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, result. Maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I never imagined would happen. Mersal's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective point of view, manager." A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on a rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersaul's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this is something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely why these people had come all the way to the back streets. Tremor sinking a capstone is actually not a bad idea. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad, as usual." Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: a retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with the informant in the back streets on collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of the wanted individual or individual designated by the nest. Taboo? I mean, these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer office or employees of the department in charge. I'd say that these guys here are N-Corp's staff. Miss Ongdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses had been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, and my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. Azar pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address: Butter Street. This is the place, which means all of this might be pointing out to something. Whoever used to work in the studio on the distortion phenomenon might be connected. He also has a gun for very obvious... Oh, yeah. No doubt that Mersaul definitely has just, like, a gun in his pocket. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop-up and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright. Let's start by combing through this place. And let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth? Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective prop that had been given to Roger Ryoshu and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time in putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurers stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. Jesus Christ. That was just a lot to take in. This is just a lot to take in right now. The fact that my goat, my absolute aura farmer, Bamboo-Hatted Kim, looks like that. Alright, so let's see here. Wait, so we have...
화점에 두지.
부름이라면
실장이
피가
벌써요? 언제나 준비돼.
Man, I can't use these guys. Fuck. Alright, there's nothing else, like, hold on. Like, I don't have any other, like... Hold on. This unit is on field, by a bleed go actually damage on in a clash. Honestly? Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. Because, like, now there's, like, it's definitely more poison bleed. Fuck it.
그대
Fuck it.
이 검이 필요하오.
We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, There are no remaining items here that count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. And it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll immediately. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see it's in that film roll. This one's different. Like, this whole like Intervallo already seems like a little like less clues as to what we're actually gonna be like seeing at the end, I guess. And just like the overall like everything about it has the like, it does feel a lot like what is it called, the Killing Time. More investigation stuff, which I like. I really like those types of Intervallos. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had the wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its art, Ongdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you're placed in position to retrace that past. Yeah, she's definitely a fucking yandere. Ongdu is a fucking yandere, and I am so sad that I didn't, that I didn't clock that immediately. Look at the fucking... Alright. Let's do, like, a little facial analysis here, right? This face, right here. Does that not look like the face of a fucking yandere? Because it fucking does to me. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Welcome in, all the new peeps. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from what you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp-cutting words that I don't want to hear. Fucking bum. I love him. Boy failure. Fucking boy failure, and I love him. Ah, is that so? Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp-cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause you no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. Oh my god, the aura loss is in fact palpable. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would like to ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose it's your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of mine own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Tonra, can we share bamboo-hatted Kim? No! No, he's mine! He is mine! I'm not sharing. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. I didn't get it when I first played the Intervallo, but I think Don is talking about Papa Don here. I think maybe. Or just like their whole deal with the blood fiends in general. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she'd believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior." Yeah, she's talking about Don Quixote. So that's what it was. I get it now. Oh, hello. How are you guys? Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Ah, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, and whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... flashbang. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop, and, with my vision blinded, I could only make out what was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh! Huh? Excuse me? Oh. Didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Ongdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Was that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. How do they just do that? How can they do that? What the fuck? There are completely different distortions where N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. An executive manager, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, the actual contemporary collage was not, fake. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Ongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? No, literally! The bamboo-hatted dude. I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chiono-kuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. Alright, let's hear the music. Remember from DD Tonrep, what kind of distortions are there? Oh yeah, it's a lot of photographic ones. Oh, we get Ezra too. Neat. On how? Not you. Where are you? Okay. Who's that? Who is lower level? Oh, Dawn is. Okay. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to buff her up. The music's definitely funky. I'll give it that. Fucking bum. The bum slash.
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리노아.
Okay, okay, I see it.
제법이야.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need to change Don Quixote's. How weak is Faust? What the fuck? What in the fuck? Check Ezra, please. Oh wait, no, you're right. You're right. I'll check Ezra after this. Yeah, I love how happy she looks whenever she's fighting. I love the fucking expressions. Alright, let's check Ezra. Level 75 is crazy. Holy shit. Alright, wait, hold on. Yeah, we need a... Alright, hold on. Yuria Atelier. All-out attack mode, Mark 17. Okay. Special handmade golden retriever exclusive axe. No, I can absolutely see Yuria thinking that she's a fucking golden retriever. Alright, look at passives. Okay. Okay. Nice, nice. Checking out Ongdu's stuff. Alright, claim their bones. Very cool. Very neat. Passives, anything? Okay, neat. On the outside, it looks no different from a prosthesis you might find in other nests or backstreets. But apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume that it has something to do with the power of distortions. Well, that's not to say you have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it. You see, it's simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Okay. That's all. It just explains the arms.
즐기고 계신가요?
Wait, is this like... Oh. Okay, hold up. I genuinely did not think this was like a one of these. Striker stands, acupuncture. Yeah, just kill all of them.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Boom. Bean. Festival's level 87, so they're not too far off. There's an extra lore if you check Ongdu's Mook workshop status effect. Lore on the workshops gimmick. Okay. That is pretty cool because that gives us more like because it was Angelica's Mook workshop blade. There needs to be more Pride residents. There needs to be more Pride residents.
일발장전.
That's definitely a little slow.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
Alright, let's see. Can we do Pride residents? Okay, we still can.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Cool. Nice. Oh, it's like a redux. This song is like a redux of that. It's like a redux of the original like Blade lineage one. Bro, we are not gaining any fucking we're not getting any sanity. Our rolls are dog shit.
흉터의 결과야.
Sinclair's the only one that's got anything.
단단히 포기하지 마시길.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 이미 우리는
Alright,
손에
do we
많은
have-
피를 묻혔죠.
We have the thing, so we gotta see the
명령
thing.
늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Gotta see that thing. You're gonna do one of those. You're gonna do one of those. I mean, yeah, just to see it. You know, we just want to see it. And we do obviously all the pride resonance that we can, as much pride resonance as possible. People are talking about how they'll be ID announced at 2 a.m. I thought the next one was at 2 a.m. Yeah, it'll probably be like tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be like tomorrow for me at least. Stop playing at Canto 3 because my phone storage was bloated. That's unfortunate, yeah. Alright, let's take a look at this thing. You got that weight to him.
망을 참아. 숨을 거둬.
Okay, okay. Claimed their bones. You're going for the pride resonance. It's not going to be Valentina. No, I do want it to be Valentina. Yes! And he has that form. Yes! Alright, hold on. Drink the Fallen. 2 points for every stack. How do I get it again? How do I... I'm going to need to take a look at how to maintain it. But you did say that... for... Where is it? I need to find the... Mook Workshop. Yes. Okay. Mook Workshop, Yi, Type 2 Blade Draw, Thrust Force, Dokebi Fire. You like that model? Oh, New Girl's got an eye for quality. Excuse me, couldn't you try this model? Oh, come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you, I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set. So grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh-ho. So there's this particle power they're thinking the scabbard under the patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath the sword for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter. And that model you're holding happens to focus on that sharpness. So it's like ding and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Yi series models. That's Mook Workshop's classic lineup. By the way, check out the finish here. It's, what the heck? Hey, this is Yi Type 2 model. That went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. If it's such a rarity, Lady Ezra, perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine. I can see it's literally made for you, and it'll work real nice with those boosters on your prosthetic arms. It'll need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. Then I shall accept with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super durable. They're delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let them break if it really comes to that. Just don't die. Just don't die on us. I'll just take your words to heart. Aww. They actually had like a shopping session. Okay, gain growing resentment. I'm pretty sure that this status effect stays up for as long as what's it called? Shadow Vest, as long as Drink to the Fallen is still up. And how do you keep gaining Drink to the Fallen? When allies defeated, gain Drink to the Fallen. Enter resentment state. Okay, so it's essentially 4 turns or until another unit dies. No resonance. Sag. Oh wait, shoot. Probably need someone to, there we go. There we go. Use the ego. What if it's Walpurgis? That'd be so fucking funny. If it's Walp, In all honesty, I would be kind of mad if it's Walt, but if they provide thumb IDs or index IDs, more specifically, ooh.
몰아떨굴 수밖에. 전공 모드 마크 셋. 요리색 도끼.
Because I can't really think of like another instance where we're going to be getting index IDs unless they have some plans for the future.
즐겁겠군.
Lop and it's just more middle. Solo Lucio banner incoming. Oh my god. Then they split that up by doing Walp and then Valencina. That would be fucked up. That would be fucked up on Kim Ji-hoon's part.
흉터의 결과요.
가속. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이
Tanya ID
또 하나
coming. Forgot how
늘어나네.
to spell her name. Ain't no way that
도시에는
fucking
내가
Tanya's
모르는
coming.
것들이 많아.
We are, whatever's before. Yeah, we're in Urban Nightmare. We're in Urban Nightmare right now. That should be all of them. We already have a Crying Children ID gato. Surveying the area with measured alert, Ongdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. We are not at Star of the City. No, we're at before that. Huh. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. An ego? Okay. Yeah, maybe an ego. Right. You'll take that side, Ongdu. I'll search here. I mean, it could happen. It's just like, it's not a, you only get egos for abnormalities, not for, distortions. Well, I guess Bamboo-Headed Kim is actually now an exception. I was literally about to say that, but we literally just had, okay. Neat. Ezra and Ongdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in this surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with such a sudden flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts. And since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed to a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire sheet. Or street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. And by that, I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, I won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here, too. On the call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu bespeaks their propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chuonokuns. Functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway Nobis. Kim Ji-hoon revealed the thumbnail boss's scrapped distortion in a recent interview. Apparently he would hydraulic press his subordinates somehow to buff. Oh, okay, I see. Let's see here. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have been absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us otherwise. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. You know who's in Urban Association? Urban Nightmare? She Association, smiling faces. Oh my god. We should just be getting She Association IDs. Honestly, what if they just had, like, a cleanup Walpurgis? And by cleanup Walpurgis, I mean, like, all the important IDs that we should have gotten in the past. So, like, Eugen is definitely one of them. Or, I'd say... I don't know who else, like, in that kind of, like, scenario. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. A mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Jesus Christ, your hair is so bloody, I forget it becomes like that. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, or Yi-Sung? Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. I mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Shunokuns, generated by distortion. That is plausible conjecture. The Zhong office and Nidal's Walpurgis felt like a cleanup. Yeah, you're kind of right, I guess, to that extent. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brows as her head was starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Shunokuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we've seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things of memories most foul? The presence of Shunokuns suggests possible correspondence to Yi-Sung's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that the particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Hatted Kim or Ongdu's memories. Are you mad, girl? Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what the distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again, as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. And we're back to our regularly scheduled program. What were you about to say? Wheat Otis? No, I was about to do it like how Suno pronounced it with Wheatus. Like if you ever notice, like if you go watch a Suno stream, then he'll say Wheatus, which I was like, for some reason it popped in my head, but no, it's Otis. Or Autis. It's weird like that. Still shaking off the sleep. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why I kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into distortions like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chunokuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Hatted Kim is right now. He wandered off to the other team. Otis is gaining all the grains in her name. Honestly, like, yeah, that's why this is why we have like farming Otis.
살수의 방식으로는
Okay, this
절대 도달하지
intervallo
못했을
might not
결과일
be
테죠.
too long, I don't think. It might be long, just because they might have a fathoms. Let's see here. Hold on. I need to drive real quick. Hold on. Just to make sure that Don Quixote is up to snuff with that.
한 건 넘겼나? 이걸로
Oh, come on, you're kidding me. I mean, 59 counts, I guess. Alright, insufficient. Yeah, I use lunacy for that. Oh, now we have the rest of the team. Okay. With that being said, honestly...
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이
자유로워질 수.
선글라스 벗고
Yes, that's fine.
총은 수지 타산에
It's all
맞게
good.
한 발에 한 놈씩.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these stupid jits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like S-Corp fellas. We're going so well. I could have talked it out with these fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards who look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get their chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom land of legends that there would be a fine cup of rice wine to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, all right. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you there's... Wow, he took out all those doppelwearing people with... Okay, the aura's returning. The aura's returning. Hold on. I say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest of you folks. Wandering blades and Murrum tails never linger on stage for long after all. Boy, where do you think you're going? Ah, damn it. Mocks Heathcliff, one-shots multiple enemies, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Dude, this is a fucking anime character. This is a fucking anime character. Like, actually. He's actually a manhwa character. No, actually, no. You're real. You're real because it's Korean. It's Korean swordplay. Malka can also just port centers to other places. Yes. Yes. From what we understand, it can just put them like next to someone, like summon them essentially. It's very useful. Like very, very
너희
useful.
보조 사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아.
Okay, let's see
나는
here.
살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해.
All of the poise resonance. All of the poise resonance. Poise, 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 poise. Poise, 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 poise. Sung Jin Woo versus Bamboo Added Kim. Oh, ew, ew. I fucking hate. I hate fucking solo leveling, kind of. Like, I think it's a fun watch. It's just, goddamn it, it makes me sad that it fucking won Anime of the Year over fucking Free Run. I'm still beat up and salty about that. By the way, good time to remind everyone that we are streaming for Absolute Pride Resonance right now. So if you want to make a donation to the charity, go ahead and click the link in the pinned comment.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Heard of that solo leveling thingy, but I know nothing of it. It's mid?
여기까지 와서
Question
망설일
mark?
생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
That's like the best way I can put it. It's just aura farming. That's literally all it is. It's not isekai anime, it's... how do I put this? Imagine if Chainsaw Man, like, tried to LARP as an isekai anime.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
I'm gonna stop looking to go, got stuff to do. Have a good... Alright, have a good rest of your day, Frey. My mic went and shitted it itself. That's my bamboo hatted Kim. That's my bamboo hatted immersive. What? Oh, that's cool as shit. That's really cool.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
That's really fucking cool. Stage transition and fucking like, oh my god. Okay, Limbus, I see you. I see you. Yield my wallet to claim Tonrus YouTuber. Oh, we do have a donation. Hold up. We do have a donation. Raven King donating $10. Have you seen my distortion? I thought I made it cool. Here's $10 for the bi gay lesbian mafia. Thank you very much, Raven King. The bi gay lesbian mafia will put your donation to great use. We will be using it to further our goals.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
You know what? No, hold on, hold on. I mean, yeah, we'll probably give, like, good poise. Oh, they're gonna shoot Sinclair. Yes! Kill Sinclair! Wouldn't be surprised if PM purposely intended to sneak the can again like this to jump scare the player. Probably was. It was literally just like a flash kick. New nails status. Wait, hold up. Hold up. You might be right, actually. Alright. Alright, Sinclair. You might die.
신선한 개짓거리네.
But gives everybody mad poise.
손님까지 그럴 거라 생각한 거야? 좋을 대로 해. 죽음의 고통과 공포를 겪어야
What is
하는
this
건
fucking wrath
어차피
resonance? What
내가
the
아니라
fuck?
너희들이니까.
Wrath resonance in my blade lineage team? Impossible. We haven't gotten any nail status, have we? Oh, wait, no. I probably should look at them. I need to look at them. Gone. Ah, so close. Ah, fuck.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로
When using a skill of
이끌고
identical rank to the skill
앞으로 더
photograph,
많은
it's clash power
침을
-5.
더 많은
Ooh,
보조사슬 도움을
wait a
받을 수
minute,
있을
wait a
거야.
minute. Interesting. So just don't use that red skill that he had? And then this is whenever they use the skill. Yeah! Alright, and that's all of them.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Oh, there goes the nail. It's okay. We'll see it in another combat encounter for sure. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he's wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anybody could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust that you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? That's the most British I've seen Heathcliff speak. Yeah, he was like extra British in this one. Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out and without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Whoopsie. Wasn't supposed to mention that. Was I... Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well of Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automatakins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. Yeah, honestly, if he cleared out all the fuckers with the unbreakables, yeah, I respect. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside that building back during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and drops dead in the middle of the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? That's the funny part. You don't. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Fucking so British right now. He's so fucking British right now. Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. I kind of slowly transitioned into the British accent there. I'm so sorry if it was offensive. I'm going to continue to be so offensive. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him for that far and sent him straight back us up. Sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be the bloke some stupidly sharp head has got some stupidly sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. Guess Kim's level on a make a second dono. I'm gonna guess 70. 70. You do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. Huh. That does sound like somebody who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear. Only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, the boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turbo is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had his old cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. And that's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody every last bastard. And boss knew it'd play out that way. One more guess. Only hint is that it's higher. I'm gonna guess 80. I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this is but one among many such coincidences, if not so. Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, a lot ended up growing a lot bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it was just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed, or instinctive sense, or experience based on precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is stored and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned of him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I've noticed in the past. Don Quixote began, hesitated, and then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm all happy about it. This Intervallo is goated so far. It's been freaking fun. It's like they're doing fun shit. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had the room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. Can't believe we've all been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all. Especially with my aging eyes. Old man! Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mersaul's clipped warning. His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersaul? Where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner, is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. Didn't think you knew how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. Photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe that this building and the photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when they're supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos might have been taken by a docographer. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be a part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with the job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place? It's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know what films can cost? Films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Somebody just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and they threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. Yielding my bread to claim their wheat right now, for real. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mersault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I've judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Salt's getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mersal... You should have warned us way earlier! Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Did I call Ezra wheat? No, I'm just wanting to claim their wheat. Because, you know, you have like wheatus or oatis.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는
After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of Escort's back streets distorted with a flash, Ongdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a warding robe at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements of the space are occupied at a location type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merzal stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, the distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up and goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion, and it sudden jumps, except for Assault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he'd been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we were back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. Couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Okay, let's get a good look at this. This doesn't really mean much. The people in the photographs all looked different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, all right. Ordinary folks you see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I got a clock for a head? No. Merzal must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are held exclusively by the Grand Magician and Sisyphe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe... What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about them whenever exams week came around. Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. Is that popular? So is it like drugs? Is it just drugs, but like experiencing other memories? Because that's what I'm imagining. The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience matter, is applied through reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing burning of an expensive property. The demand for hot couture, canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in the real world is on low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant as through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost them an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. It does sound kind of wrong. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's literally just an experience of something. Safer than Fent. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk to help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. You think Fent can beat Enkephalin? I do, actually, because here's the thing. People can get high on a lot of Enkephalin. People die from a milligram of Fent. And I stand by that. But everything that distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. So that is the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ongdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante said it would be advisable to look at the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ongdu, can you give me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where we're supposed to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. Pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. And I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand. Thank you, Ryoshu. Roger's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. Kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I want to. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has... bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? Bear woman at the bakery. True. The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? What's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the photograph Mersalda brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Ooh, nice detective work, Dante. Detective Dante on the case. Oh, we gotta keep getting through this. I got a bunch of stuff to do today. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket in the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Oda showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? The thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin, round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docograph for the building of my choice. He docographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd hoped for. Fiend! That is the face of an addict! Fentanyl addict! I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Mersal, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck off semblance of reason from one's continents? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However, oh, a magic can! Allowing one to pursue any dream that they heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. Say no to drugs, Don Quixote. Say no to drugs. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense simulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the use of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. That is kind of fucked up the more you think about it. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventurers and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the canned experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that the users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Aren't thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Where still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped within one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it, whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? Came in barging in with all these questions. I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. No one is about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady. I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? You even gotta ask. Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. This fucker. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been the whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. God. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him onto the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Sesame bun does sound really good right now, though. Holy shit. Manager. Merzal approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I've completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you're shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up to the sun or other sources of light, as it is a reversal film. The images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled it. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Over a bit. Let me have a look. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could tell still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? And the same pose as all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film, and Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all the color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the same exact spot on every page. Start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they raise all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings look like it's looking at separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage of a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. So wait, hold on. I assume is like witnessing the taboo gonna be bad for them? Or maybe they're gonna find like the taboo. They're gonna find like what taboo was broken.
나를 불렀나?
I'm gonna change you. That works.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Mersal's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey. Specifically the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp, causing the whim to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. As we had Virgilius with us then, it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some Nazcaboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Yikes. I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of them whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual look of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll be fine. Encorp's not going to kill you on the spot for just possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Encorp dudes get here to pick it up, they'll just comply with their commands, and thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of that taboo. Really? But team leader said that Encorp has their own regulatory standards for regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, Encorp won't be sticking their fixes on our butts right away. And that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. No, they're just fucked. They're just fucked. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we were really, really unlucky and they actually came after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. He looks pissed there. What the fuck? So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? Well, I've never seen Mersal have that much emotion before. It means the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about like photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Canto 10 Dante becomes Phoenix, right? I could see that, absolutely. Okay, I didn't see this until just now. It was 25 minutes ago. We had a donation from Bamboo Cat and Kim himself. Thank you very much. So this was your punk with a stop sign I've been hearing about. Thank you, Bamboo Headed Kim, for the donation. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier. Mersal, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning Encorp. Yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film on the ground and showed it to Mersal. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Mersal to finish, Otis unrolled the film and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled Experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Hello, love the model. The eyes are perfect, right? Look at this shit. I love the eyes. I love my little chibi. Thank you to Minty Chew, actually. Go check her out. An experiment to see how close they are to get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sitters all gather around Otis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort? Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject is really trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo Headed Kim, who had been sprawled out on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet dweller would have had any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, the film roll does not violate the next taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager. We should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a winged taboo. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh, but what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has those days, don't they? Sudden feeling that you couldn't be doing more than the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael must have said tickled bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started off by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, till eventually he ended up recording an actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. But what? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It would have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why did anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they can make him a projector. Seemed like the most of them turned him down, but they said that he'd stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it is not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why... Is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind... Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector, in it. Backstreets blokes are always down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people or look like they're involved with what they're looking for, so it'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for those plaid t-shirt fellas to look like they're scanning the area? They also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence. Please advise for... They also just radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. That's unfortunate. So projector movie night counts as a terrorist attack at N-Corp. You're absolutely right! No drive-in movie theaters. No movies at all.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두
I just had a
빛의 눈이
flashback.
멀어버렸거든.
The beginning of that song has almost one of the exact same beginnings as... Holy shit. It almost has the exact same type of beginning as the Reverberation ensemble fights.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
No. Yes. So Camille's like mega banned at N-Corp. No. So that's like recordings, not live footage. But maybe. I'm not sure.
비와 요격, 삼수. 정리노! 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 삐리리 빠!
Every time Assault uses that expression, it's a literal Goku Prowler moment because he's mad. He's fucking mad.
세피라들도 결국 내
Oh
편에 설
fuck,
수밖에
paralyze?
없을 거야.
Really?
나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
벤담이 사월을 건너
Kill him.
단수가 이어졌다면 아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
Well, that's a kill. Nice. Yeah, it's banned because I think like I'm because like have some I think yeah, it's banned. I think it's because like has some problems with their unique products of canned experience with some kind of
새삼스럽지만
VR or
꽤
something.
괜찮네.
I can kind of see that.
제법이야. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
We can just fucking win rate.
즐겁겠군.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
단수가 이어졌다면
Realistically, I should get rid of the Pinky Sinclair and instead change it out for the Ryoshu, just because like having Thor Kalja on the team would be like so fucking beneficial.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Because I already have Faust with Thor Kalja. Fuck it. Enjoying the aura of the ego synchronization? Yes. Oh my god. He's so fucking cool. Look at him. Aura. Aura. feels awesome.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
매콤 주먹 모드.
Oh wait, oh that's right. I need to take a look at the
여기까지
new nail
와서
status.
망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
Pinning nail. Okay, okay.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희들
In one offense
세피라들도
level.
처음부터
None
거래를
for
하지
every
말았어야지.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's like not too bad. These guys are fine. Full stop. Office. And it makes the whole team faster too. Yes.
비와 요격.
This Blade Lineage is good for beginners. I feel like it's easier to build than an M4 team. Oh yeah, Blade Lineage is so easy to build. Cause like as long as you have the Bamboo Headed Kim ID, like he is like the necessary part. If you don't have him, then you can't necessarily build it up that well. The ego isn't required.
여기까지 와서
What? What the
망설일
heck?
생각은
Oh,
하지
okay.
않았으면 좋겠어.
Yeah. That's
사람을
shield.
죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
시연합니다.
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지. 이번에도 잘해줬어.
Like the
유익한
ego
책이 또
that
하나
you get from this
늘었네.
event isn't required, but it is definitely a
도시에는
big help.
내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단
Angela
하나의
yapping.
책을.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
Nice, very nice.
살수의
The
방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서
Alright, so let's see.
무엇을 배워가.
One,
거점에 두지.
2,
잠시.
피가
3,
출장이군요.
4, 5,
잠시.
6,
자유로워질 수 없.
지위를
7.
받는 건 오랜만이네요.
부름이라면
이번
언제나 준비. 선글라스 벗고.
Alright,
마지막까지.
that should be better.
발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Okay, now we can start flying
세피라들도
through things.
결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을
타겟
거야.
포착 1시 방향.
나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
야!
아름다운 것.
You guys don't even have unbreakables.
그렇지 않은
What even is these guys?
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
The highest level Limbus account is 200, and that terrifies me. It's fairly terrifying. How many 00 ID is Blade Lineage again? Ladies, to check it up. there's 2. It's the Blade Lineage Dawn, and then Blade Lineage Otis. So
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
you can, and they're also old that you can get it.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
There we go.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
벤다면 사활을 건다.
Nobody's getting rid of Ezra. Ezra cannot die. Back. Use blade lineage for this, but it was hell? It's not that
이미
bad.
우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Always do as much pride resonance as possible. So that way you can get they can get the clash power.
이 순간이 닿도록.
Yeah, I will say that the the team doesn't necessarily work too well without Blade Lineage for Saul.
대전. 그릴.
Gone.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
물의 배들.
Your Blade Lineage kept holding tails at high sanity. Yeah, I'm sorry.
그 삶의 마침표를.
And then full stop on
Okay.
Songlu
움직임이
continuing to
어설퍼요.
just be incredible.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Oh no.
매콤 주먹 모드.
살을 베어내고
Let's see. What's the chance of tails 3 times in a row at 45 sanity? I mean, think about it. It's like 5%. versus 5. It's no, it's
여기까지
10%
와서
times
망설일
10%
생각은
times
하지 않았으면
10%.
좋겠어. 사람을
Alright,
죽이고 싶지
you saying
않았다니
you know what to do?
너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지
타겟
말았어야지.
포착. 1시 방향.
Dawn's fucking dead.
위장에 묵직히 얹히는 총신을 느끼리라. 흉악한 총탄이 저들을 관통하리라.
Yeah.
신선한 개짓거리네.
귀와 요격.
내가
Haven't you
인물이
seen this
많고
particular brand of
자상하고
bullshittery
귀와
before?
요격님까지 그럴 거라 생각한 거야?
겨냥 삼수. 너무나 떨굴 수밖에.
손님을 맞이하는 동안은 기억하지
Oh, now I can do
못하겠지만
this.
이곳에서는 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어. 삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈 감아두도록 해.
그려낸 대로.
Just because it would be funny. Whew. That's high roll.
부탁하죠.
God, he's so good. Wait for it. Gone.
덧없는 삶. 예정된 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지
We didn't have to kill Sinclair, but I just wanted to. Because it's so often, it's not very often that you do.
손님을 맞이하는 동안은
Oh.
기억하지 못하겠지만 이곳에서는 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어. 삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈
포착.
감아두도록 해.
Kill him.
1시 방향.
이 순간이
Kill him.
닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
Killed him.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또
Yeah,
하나
I killed the
늘었네.
boy.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Please tell me that we're gonna start running through these. We really need to.
갈갈이 베어버렸어. 키보다 정신이 맑을 때가 없군.
One second. All right. Just had to answer some texts. Work stuff. You know the deal. You know what? I have an idea.
부름이라면
Make you 7 just so that we can
기쁘게
instantly kill you.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
No, hold on.
화점에 두지.
Ah, fuck. Where's my Thorcalgia? Do I not have Ryoshu's Thorcalgia? Wait a second. I swear to God I had it. Where is it in? Is it in standard fare? No, it's not in there. Oh my god, I actually don't have it. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
화점에 두세.
실장
피가 범람할
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히 읽고 가야.
아, 잠시.
자유로.
부름이랍니다.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
언제나 선글라스 벗고.
Yes. This is the
총은
team.
수지
This is L
타산에
team.
맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
I know that's like the better Dorkalja as well. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Whew. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de Clou is not a combat specialized department. While they all have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? Why are they snapping away for then? Whisper and I on our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for higher-ups, I wager. I can kind of see how they would think that we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow a lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Marsal stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they came up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions of his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence. But as by some chance or whim, hey Marsal, I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now. Actually, do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in any response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he'd had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, had I tried to get to the bottom of the line of questioning, could I have found myself in the smallest peak of Marcel's psyche, which had remained together entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. You have precisely, as you have previously instructed, I've informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock. Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. They must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief battle came to a close, and battling enemies who had arrived precisely on time at Marcel predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell. That bloke we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen people or so. Or were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? I should have sent taboo hunters into here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, Wasn't there an extra port that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click... Oh, he's got the gun. He's got the gun. The room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Ah, man, it's not the fucking gun. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Shuno-kun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes! The moment began to emit a faint ray of light. Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Ugh. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watched even a split second of the recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyways. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. He's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself to get a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of a wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel bereft of all but lingering delusions grants not even a brule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'll be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away all the N-Corp employees' attacks. As though he was goading us to telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields from that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known. The blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool. Cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. It's the same thing. In that split second, I think Mersaul's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-headed Kim, surrounded by a small army of Shunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Ongdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. They might bind or drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks are so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What? What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. We are going blind with this one, for real, for real. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersad identified, there was something different about the group of Shunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the South Circle, to be reunited in such a manner. Huh? The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Yongyip. How do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrow loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Shunokun began to swarm us. Ooh, okay, I see this guy. Interesting that we didn't get a ID of him, but it'll probably come in the next it'll probably come in the Bokek. Oh, baby, yes. Offsetting the guard, offsetting that. Okay. Okay. Sword of the home. Oh, ooh, hold up. Any unopposed? Oh, this music is kind of saucy. This music is kind of saucy. How do they just keep cooking? How does Studio IM keep cooking? It's not him. She's a lady. Read their. Oh shit. Okay, so it's all right. This is a woman. It wasn't clear. Okay. Damn. Coin cracked. Oh fuck. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's read. Conditions unmet as of yet. Passives. Alright, so they're from Escort, Court Circle Sal. Alright. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp Dujyoung Brigandine is one example of such armor, much like R-Corp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. The Dujyoung Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that the armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujyoung Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with... Okay, well that's not too clear either. Alright, this one's for Swordplay of the Homeland Sal. The Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches: Sal, Pai, and Pieo. And Pio, I guess. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature, such as Senguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great Huando capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Okay. Martial arts of the perseverance. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those who bless with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day of this blade comes, mine shall rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Okay. Win rate? No, I don't think win rate is possible here. Alright, let's see then. Oh, it's such good music. It's such good music. It's so peen. And then... Oh, made by Ongdu. Okay.
발권. 차단.
They don't voice act any interval. I wish they could. No, this is just to get them out faster, you know? Oh, fuck. We need more bleed. We need more bleed. Oh, fuck. Nice.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Nice. Good. Kinda need to take out all the other ones. Oh, it's so fucking saucy. It's so saucy. The music is so... Oh my god. Did anybody else gush about the music like I do? Like, I feel like I gush about the music too fucking much. Holy shit. Fucking Sinclair. Please take care of the fodder for me, please. Read Kim stuff? We don't have Kim right now. What do you mean? Kim is not fucking here.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
No spoilers. No, we don't have Kim. We only have like fucking Mersal.
어? 아하, 비껴비어버렸군.
What did I say about spoilers in the beginning? You were definitely here for that.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은
We only have this.
어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
기꺼이 받아낼 뿐.
Oh, what? Wait, hold up. Interesting. Retreat at turn and transition to a different location. We're just gonna kill Sinclair, just because I think it would be funny.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Kill these fucking guys.
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
검문 확보. 이어 오롯한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더 가까이.
Thank you.
덧없는 삶.
검주먹 모드.
이 정도는 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 서글플.
Alright, nice.
손님을 맞이하는 동안은 기억하지 못하겠지만 이곳에서는
just kill the
내
thing.
허락 없이 잠들 수 없어.
귀와 요격. 삼수.
삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈 감아두도록 해.
귀와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전.
Okay, sweet.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야.
Oh, yeah, and it transitions into that. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so... Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we're gonna claim their bones. We're gonna claim their bones.
아름다운 것.
Claim their fucking bones, Mersal.
귀와 요격. 삼수. 정민화.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Oh, you're fucked. Sorry, Ongdu. Nice. No, it's time you... Oh, it didn't clash? What the fuck? Oh my god, it got intercepted. God fucking damn it. That sucks.
그 삶의 마침표를 마무리를.
오케이, 보인다.
이 순간이 닿도록 되어내리라.
More blade trail on him.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록
Caught
되어내리라.
unopposed, you motherfucker. I
너희
fucking
보조
hate you.
사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
How am I gonna claim their bones
그
now?
사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어.
죄를
너희도
새겨주겠어.
마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
부탁하자.
좋아, 빨리.
Get rid of this annoying ass shield. Oh, why did you have to get through that clash, huh? Fucking hell.
가속 펀치.
이
I don't know,
순간
how would I feel about this Cantor reveal what Kim looks like? He looks like a fucking, like, John Limbus, but, like, I love him. I love him so much.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Sorry, Ongdu. This is literally a raid boss. It feels like it. It feels like a fucking raid boss. Especially with the bleed counter on being put on everything.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 몰아치는 것을
Oh, baby, that's big damage that we needed.
저자가 없는
하나, 둘, 박살.
Oh, fuck off. No way.
벌써 너울거리나.
두려울 거야. 적대가 시작되면 사서들은 다시 살아날 수 있다는 사실을 망각하거든. 그걸 알고 있으면 사서들과 손님들이 느끼는 감정이 달라질 텐데 그건 불공평하잖아.
No, fuck it. Fuck it, just because. I think it's funny.
차단.
This is gonna be funny. This is one of my new favorite egos.
지금을 쫓는 편이 주어진 미래를 쫓았지만
If it actually rolls.
모든 걸 끌어모아 3천
Once it actually like does heads hits, it's the funny.
부탁하자.
오케이, 보인다.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라.
Kim Salt is actually like lacking right now. Made a dono for my sins. You know what? Thank
여기까지
you,
와서
Raven
망설일
King. Let me
생각은
read
하지
that dono
않았으면
out for you.
좋겠어.
Thank you
사람을
for
죽이고 싶지
$5,
않았다면
Raven King. It says,
너희도
the comment just says,
세피라도
"Forgive me, Lord."
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
You all is forgiven. All is forgiven. Oh, what was that to again? From Burn. Okay.
발검. 차단.
Ego got a visual buff. 300, please. 300 lunacy, please. Project
비와
Moon.
요격. 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Visual bug. The ego didn't do enough damage. Please give lunacy, please. Get real with that one.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
검주먹 모드.
Gone.
다음 목표로.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
I don't think I have any healing ego on me.
발검. 처단.
너희 보조사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국
We'll try
버려진
this again.
신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Does he have like something on him? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it.
그려낸 대로.
We'll see how it goes. No fluid sac Dawn. Fluid sac Dawn doesn't heal, does she?
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
Alright, good damage on shield. Oh, they have assist defense, so that's maybe why. Oh shit. I shall set my form aright. Just a little more and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu are here to help us out. But, shite, haven't they had enough? That time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Action's blocked and ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we did not have the breathing room to focus on the projector or Im Gyong-yup, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Ongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N Corp is sending far too many people. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like the sudden spike in employee casualties in the area so close to the nest had alerted N Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate the situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the center of the possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyong-yeep or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, there's an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms, but how can I enter if we don't enter if I can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, is that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's been obviously present through the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yi Zhang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the back lines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It might have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining it through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph canned experience? Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? So that's what the strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused the rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. However, how many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were taking turns sharing what might have caused them to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this would be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to pass far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to the eyes focused somewhere. Take our person of interest to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prod for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. Honestly, yeah, this kind of does feel like Phantom Thieves type bullshit. And what went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drops to the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form of indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I'd heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that distortion has, among countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Huh? This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect our focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be entangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more about than any. I believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that your terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kind of kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms and the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. Decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk into blind to a place we know shite about, me. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, he keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still in there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA! Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too. LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why my team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation for team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I'm setting up a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. Beside, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, dude. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한
Neat.
책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴
The mirror
단
world
하나의
is real.
책을.
You know what? It's sad to hear that they're saying that in summertime of all things. All right. Good with that.
어머, 부탁드려요.
I feel like it's been a while since we entered a dungeon of the Fathoms. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is Escorp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous to compare to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon in Escorp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escorp-themed haunted mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. It does have like a fucking cool vibe to it. I don't know what they're talking about. Vibes my foot. Really? Your foot? Your foot? Your huh? I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times that I contemplated in consternation of how folk here had even had the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those that gazes into, as Kim said, perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that thatch-roofed house and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the Choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There is a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the mansion with the straw roof. Im Gyeongyip. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. Oh, what? Hold the fuck on. That's what he used to look. He's adorned. And he was a bodyguard back then. Before, oh, so this is before he did the Syndicate of the Blade lineage. He's kind of dripped. He's kind of drippy. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog. Really now. I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak through the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on a lowly mercenary affairs? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, and expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyeongyip, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't have ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have the taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. Because I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. Ishmael was rage-baited, and also did some of the rage-baiting. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. Oh, fuck. That was like a whole thing. The streets speak of a man they call Im Lib-a. Kim Bamboo Rainhat. Man who once... Kim Lib, Bamboo Rainhat. A man who once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state counselors sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives. Yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state counselor, if you will. I have hair in my mouth. Ugh. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just the word on the street. Ha, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hatted Kim, thank you. And he does continue to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, O mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No. Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she didn't give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. You know, whenever we were doing this whole Intervallo, right? I was not expecting Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Did I say Kimbu-Hatted? Bamboo-Hatted Kim. To be such, like, just a chill guy. You know? He's just, like, a chill guy. You know? Kimbu-Hatted. Kimbu-Hatted. I don't know what kind of hat that is, Cog. I'm sorry. Kim-Hatted Bamboo. Oh no, I'm gonna be clowned on for the next week for that. Perhaps yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak the game of rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir! I suppose it is. People of bone and flesh in particular found it to be distasteful. Of Pio and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful. And they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered up me on, to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pio, Sal... Whatever is it thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S Corp is also known by other name. Sal Pipio Agri Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city, and vastness of the depth of its responsibilities have disseminated divisions of labor. Oh! So S Corp is like, oh, they make all the food and shit. Okay, I actually didn't know that. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Pio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pio, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It's believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling brands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor, but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folks starve. An adherent to the bone, once a right state counselor, toadies to Sal, rises to the seat of the left state counselor. And such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they pleased. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to both to yield? I get it now. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S Corp. Oh. Oh, then the people whom thou have targeted with thy tiny rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes. The counselor find rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk might rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So, you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him on the ground, knowing that he was a kleptorat? A kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Pfft. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet oribons. To gall the scamper away, the galls to scamper away with their expressive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them, until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere within the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Aww, cute. She cute. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you drinks as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, Mentor. And this fellow you also had mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Ongdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to the Second Ordnance official, a military officer with high command over high-ranking employees at the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the Right State Counselor, who is a First Ordnance, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, had ended up in exile from S-Corp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blaine lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. Followed without a word. That is a long start to a Fathoms. Holy shit! Oh, goodness. That is going to be a while. That is going to be a long, long while. We emerged into a dark, muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang. Smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. And the last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. What path should we choose? Welcome to Kitten's TED Talk. What do you mean that it just Intervallo? What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that. Yay! N-Corp briefcase. Neat. Ugh. Just go straight from here. Alright. Boom. Boom, boom. Goodness. I have the hiccups.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
It feels like a canto. It really does. Ugh.
도시에선 저런 형태로
Oh yay,
사람을
win rate!
강요하는
Win rate! Win rate! Oh, hiccup.
이 순간이 과연 배어내리.
자. 자.
Ah, fuck. From what I understand, you gotta do like,
너희 보조 사서들은
oh god,
나와
it
다를 바
hurts.
없을
It
거야.
hurts.
발광.
그
Does anybody have any
사람의
advice for
지력에
hiccups?
한껏
It
결국
hurts.
버려진
귀와
신세잖아.
요격.
I was always told to just do like deep
나는
breaths.
살고
To like try re-regulate your hearing because it's your diaphragm kind of like spasming out.
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Wait, Kim is here? Oh fuck, I didn't even realize.
배어내.
매뉴얼을
Oh,
만들어두길
goodness.
잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
육참
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Oh, what? Okay.
혈이 낭자오.
Okay, let me look at Kim. Let me look at Kim. Where is he?
이걸로 공평해졌네.
81. Holy shit. That is a powerful, powerful boy. Ugh. Acupuncture, yield my flesh. Okay. Brand number. What the heck? God. My boss has hiccups all the time at work. And they're so much worse than this. Like, so much more often.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
혈이 나 흉터의 결과요.
살을 빼앗는
흉터의 결과를
깎는다.
Hold on, I gotta look this up now. Holy fuck.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
Oh. Gone.
별로 재미없네. 인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건 질리도록 봤어.
귀와 요격.
지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을
떨굴
죽인
수밖에.
건가. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Okay. I think they're stopped. It seems fine now. Alright. Excuse me. The youth had explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp. And he was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam, even with flying colors like himself, had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. There must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we can help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group. Let's ask Yi-sung. Yi-sung opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where Bamboo-headed Kim and Ong-Du were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better. Come on. Kim let an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know that you passed the exam. Huh? But why would... It's for a good reason. Just do as they say and you'll thank me one day. Yay, skip Bajika water dropper.
경험이요.
On, wait. When an allied identity gains assist defense, that ally gains 2 damage up. Oh, Oh, okay, okay. I see you. I see you. All right.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
I've heard of the tell yourself you're not a fish thing, but like I'm not gonna be on stream telling myself I'm not a fish. If anything, I'd say that in my head, you know? But I'm all good now.
도시에선 저런 형태로
Diaphragm
사람을
feels weird,
강화하기도
but you
하다.
know what? That's fine.
물의 배들. 아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Just mute my mic, but then y'all won't be able to hear my sonorous voice.
육참.
새삼스럽지만
Also, are these guys
괜찮네.
Blade Lineage members?
제법이야.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
I can't tell.
낮도 밤도 지우고 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로
Resentful Blade
공평해졌네.
Lineage Salsu. Okay, yeah, these are Blade Lineage members.
발검. 차단.
No, they're weak.
기와
Weak Salsu. Weak Salsu.
전수가 이어졌다면
재밌네. 난 너희가
소리와 호흡을
좀 더
멈추고.
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
살을 베어내.
베어낼수록
Missed a line about Tim or Saul. Wait, I did?
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면
Hold on.
좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지
Oh,
말았어야지.
maybe it was just like him saying something like about it. Alright. I mean, the main goal is just to kill them all, right? You know? So you know what? We don't have the resources for that.
시연합니다.
Let's see. My satellite keeps on living. Okay. Kim had text basically confirming that this is him from the day he lost his master. Oh,
잠깐.
shit.
그렇다고 무작정 맞으려는 말은 아니었는데. 좋을 대로 해. 죽음의 고통과 공포를 겪어야 하는 건 어차피 내가 아니라 너희들이니까.
죄를
Kill them all.
새겨주겠어.
전수가 이어졌다면 누구라 떨굴 수밖에.
확실하게 갈라지는
귀와 여겨.
감각이었네.
Kim's whole idea is stuck in that day.
전수가 이어졌다면
Oh,
누구라 떨굴
okay.
수밖에. 전수가 누구라 떨굴 수밖에.
I wonder how Angdu reacted. Oh yeah, she probably got like very, very confused, or like either like, oh, like you're disrespecting my master. Got that kind of deal.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
We see it in the uptie. Okay,
도시에는
yeah.
내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
I got chips. I'm sorry. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of an unlit prison. Bamboo let it out a sigh. Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Nothing happened. Okay. You know what? Fair enough.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Fair enough. Kim's gonna need a Healy soon. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas, Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the Right State Counselor's estate. Someone who I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Ongdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. Ah, there were bodies splayed about the yard and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally. Some of them were so mangled that I could hardly tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Oh shit, did he cut them all down? Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with that same logo. So why has Bamboo had Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them is the Left State Counselor, with the Chief State Counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? They are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of Age Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what's happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, then it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual rather than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had placed my stone inside their tiger's maw. Oh shit. Looking around the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the Left State Counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate counselors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them. As though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I know who the author of the foul scheme was, the Left State Counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Counselor. What I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favors are paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the Right Counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the Left State Counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shamed us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councilor arrived at the royal court. This audacious contumelious affront... Jesus Christ, I hate this. Is an affront to not only the royal court, but the heavens and men alike. The revered Left State Council, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councilor on matters of the state, found this event to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councilor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councilor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councilor? Might you be looking for the Right State Councilor here alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the Left State Councilor's service? Oh, this fucker. He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you are not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the cloud blade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. Oh, so that's who we saw in the last thing. Oh, shit! This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered State Councilor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councilor's life, the butcher's man had already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs through the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councilor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. Heed us, O villain. Han Hobei. And let the aura bonds take you. Damn, like a fiddle indeed. Holy. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungyom. And with that brand of Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeongyip? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The Councilor's abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agra Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as an inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by. It's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality, but they are both debts to be repaid. Gyeongyip, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-star advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? It's so nice. I love that. They need to date already. There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp, yet beware of the relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongyip had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence and connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. The shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leapt over the wall to approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photographs is immalleable. Then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Dude has a lot of self-doubt. A lot. I'm so hungry after this. You know what? I'm taking the boudin that's in my fridge after this, and I'm making some hamburger helper, but with boudin sausage. That sounds good about right now. Making like, yeah, because I got some macaroni and cheese and all that. Shadow. Boudin? Oh yeah. Boudin is like a it's a sausage that's made from Louisiana. Did I check Kim Passives? I did, but it didn't have any like additional dialogue. It's made the sausage is made with like different spices and rice and pork. Hey, Gato. I mean, I'll check Kim's passives again.
혈이 남자오.
재밌네.
It'll go crazy in gumbo? It's actually kind of like flaky, really. But it does, but I will say that I've actually made like a really good gumbo. Ooh. Okay. Interesting stuff. You haven't had real food in a while? Fucking eat. Okay. Go get yourself. Make yourself something, alright? Make yourself real. Go to a restaurant to have real food. Please. For the love of God.
메뉴를 만들어두길 잘했네.
Ate steak for lunch? Ooh, that is
도시에서는
decadent.
누구도 자유롭지 못해.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
대화가 이어졌다면
Can you say something to the microphone, Marcy? No? Come on, say something. Do something.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
시연합니다.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Spaghetti with ground beef and tomato sauce. Oh, yes. Lovely. Little brother's smoking a brisket today? Oh, dude. That sounds fucking great.
한 걸음 더.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Oh, yeah, you like
이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Had a charcuterie board, leftover sandwich. Oh, dog. That sounds incredible. I'm skipping this because I just want to go to the fucking... I want to eat some lunch right now.
어긋날 연유도 없죠.
Hey, let's go.
뛰어가겠네.
너희 보조
Kill them
사제들은
all.
나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아.
Hold on, how many
나는
was this?
살고 싶어.
Oh, it's
너희도
just pride?
마찬가지일 테고.
Fuck yeah.
그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
즐겁겠군.
Just because I want to get, like... This will make things go faster, especially since they claim their bones. My flesh is on the pile.
숨을 거두리라.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Bamboo Shattered Myrrh. Yeah, he is fucking he is pretty cool. He's just a chill guy. In all honesty, he's just a really chill guy. Also, doing in a mirror dungeon, doing a base ID run is fucking psychotic.
낮도 밤도 지우고 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
아하, 비껴 베어버렸군.
Owie. Good stagger.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
There we go. No, we don't want that. We want to... There we go.
물의 배들.
Oh, why did you win?
지불하겠다.
Why did you have to win that?
아름다운 것.
God damn it.
이연, 단단히 포기하지 마시게.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Kill him.
재밌네. 난 너희가
Very dirty.
좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든. 이번에도 잘해줬어.
There we go.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Can y'all hear her
이렇게
purr?
하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
It's fucking
반드시
loud.
찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
All right. Final battle, I'd hope.
이 검이 필요하오.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of my paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now, all that remains is neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyeongyip in there. Gyeongyip was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a fragment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyeongyip appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gyeongyip wasn't like that. Gyeongyip. I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. She is a baddie, honestly. And the river continues to wind, carrying back to... S-Corp, whence I had fled. Should I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind to try and bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Im Gyeongyip, second ordinance of the Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Oh shit. Oh shit.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야.
Okay,
나도
here.
그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
We'll do some Wrath Resonance here. I know that it's Pride Resonance, but you know what? It's almost Wrath Month. It is almost Wrath Month. Gain some poise, though.
그려낸 대로 이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
Sinclair, no. Okay, we're gonna kill him afterwards. Okay? We want to get some wrath resonance off.
숨이 다하도록 베어낼 뿐.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
Oh yeah, baby. Bozo. I'm gonna get going now. Bye, Apocalypse Bird.
6천.
Oh, and of course that got fucking assist defended. Sure. Yeah, love that part. It's been so long since I've claimed their bones.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
Paralyze you for the next one.
빌어보세. 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
Owie.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
What are you clashing with? Oh, counters. Okay. Striker stance, so go for this.
물에 베듯.
You're not immune to the hot tan skin woman of Project Moon. Oh no, absolutely not. This is the second one in a row. Like, this is the second hot tan woman Intervallo boss in a row.
숨을 거두리라.
Of course I'm not immune to this.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
Kim just thought, what's her level? Good question. You know what? I should be reading. I should be doing a lot more reading. Just got home from an interview. Welcome in, Lotus Hearted.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해.
Let's see.
저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Turn start. I'm pretty sure I've read the. Oh wait, no, I have read all these. Yeah, I have read all these. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay.
그려낸 대로.
That hurts.
벌써 너울거리나.
자, 빌어보세. 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
Okay. Yay.
덧없는 삶, 예정된 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 서글프.
Oh, that hurts.
이 정도 시행착오는
That hurts a lot. That hurts a lot.
어차피 감정을 잠깐 그렇다고 무작정 맞으라는 말은 아니었는데. 물의 배들.
Oh, so now y'all aren't clashing. Now y'all okay, now you are, but Kim, you're fucking Jesus Christ. So always clash swordplay of the homeland, no matter who's fucking guarding against it. Fuck. Oh, she's dead.
언젠가는
아름다운 것,
될 줄 알았지.
그렇지 않은 것.
Defense, nice. Oh, claim their bones. She learned. Oh, it's a mini claim their bones.
손님을 맞이하는 동안은 기억하지
Okay.
못하겠지만
Let's see here.
이곳에서는 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어. 삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈 감아두도록 해.
More swordplay of the homeland. Probably. Hold on. Fuck. Yeah, definitely clash all of that. High priority. All right. No, this is how a real claim their bones looks. Yeah. Oh, and the count resets whenever a BL Blade Lineage unit dies. That hurts a lot.
귀와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전.
Thank you. Jesus. Alright, this should do some form of healing, I believe. No, it does not.
손님을 맞이하는 동안은 기억하지 못하겠지만
Alright, who died? Okay,
이곳에서는
Honglu.
내
Okay.
허락 없이 잠들 수 없어. 삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈 감아두도록 해.
high priority on those. High.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
It's just staying at max count. So you kind of want one of your Blade Lineage members to die. Sacrifice. I love it.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정민화. 이 순간이 닿아도록 배웠네.
No, I'm not doing that, Cog. I'm not listening to that. I'm taking the safe way. I'm taking the safe way that I've seen. Oh, come on now. That said it was that said it was dominating.
일발장전.
Might be dead soon. Look at him go. Just look at him go. A little bit of healing always helps.
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
We can get her to stagger this turn, guaranteed. Yeah, heads hit on that.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳
Wasn't watching Server President because I had assignments to do.
모든
I'm already
것을
number
쳐부술
1.
거다.
Oh, that definitely hurt me. Stagger Kim. Oh, come on. Yes. Yes.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 불만을 해소해준 보람이
Good
있네.
stagger.
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수
Still
있을
go
거야.
for this type of resonance.
물의 배들.
Nice! I didn't actually know that had an additional coin. I didn't know that had an additional coin.
귀와 요격, 균형 삼수, 상전, 정민화.
I guess that also has an additional. Jesus Christ, I'm learning so much about my own team today.
이 순간이 닿아도록 배어내리라. 숨막히도록
Oh, big.
견뎌왔고
This could actually kill.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴
This
수
could
없이
kill.
저주했으니
It's not going to. It's alright though.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면
Oh,
앞으로
please,
더 많은
please.
층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
Wrath month. Wrath month.
빠르게 처리하지.
Oh, she bled out. Never mind. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo-Hatted Kim and Im Gyeongyup did ready for their final battle, Ongdu leaped between them. Ongdu! Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had this misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland. I would have served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust me like a fool. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That mentor. The weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. I tried to hit all pride skills at least once. Oh, do. I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. Yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? So stop trying to bear the responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, Mentor, I know not of what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones to become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem?
Yes, inverted. A bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Ongju and Imgyuk were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim as though he'd bounced off an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there. A hollow laughter escaping his lips. Ooh, Carmen? We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one.
Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. As it seems that I have an open opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something that is different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate the will and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorted. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps? For whom the bell tolls. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Gyeongyit, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and when I saw that a wavy shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. I suppose you'll be okay with that? Of course. Oh shit. Oh shit. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat. It bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, through winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treacherous wretch. Oh, he's so drippy. Aura Redemption! Aura Redemption! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that his aura has been redeemed. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms' best corpse slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives. Our experiences. Want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersaul's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersaul? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersaul. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be the distortion's powers waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunokuns of Salpipio Agro-Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering Salpipio Agro-Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be part of a reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or do anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Oh. Oh. Can an entity of the fathoms... They can just do that, I guess. Can they slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Heap is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As a headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyeong-Heat's ship slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back into the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that the headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Huh. Is that right? Please tell me this isn't like the end. There's got to be like one more node just to explain all of everything of where they're going to go from here, right? Okay, I was about to say, there's no fucking way, right? No, Kim really did like steal the fucking dungeon and made it his own. That's fucking hilarious. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking your radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have preferred prepare something to stop it, but... well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also... As we look towards Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phew, wait, the point is, we did it! We did the thing! It's done!
Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brow had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks you are expected to. Is that understood? Ongdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give it to lie down and pass out about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in my case. Fine, you are released. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Seongdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee, a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking the photographs to report their locations. Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thine words hold water yet. Most puzzling forsooth. For I recall that with clarity that from a certain point they had begun to photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Marsal. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marsal had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way to pull the answers I need from him. Couldn't get him to tell his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Marsal, do you remember how many pictures the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It was always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make her a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what is the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching on our boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expedition request for damage compensation as you have requested. But we are here on different business. So if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest the manager. Hold on, Marsal, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marsal did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marsal, formerly one who nails? Oh, Marsal be fucking. and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magician Sisyphe headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp, with imprisonment as the penalty from non-compliance, pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations. You have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp station for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are sound of mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well then. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What in the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersal? Mersal, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn... It was less of a question, more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward. Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization that the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass! What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And are we supposed to just twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately, and they took Mersal into custody. Oh, he's actually he's getting executed. When we looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say, the late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mersal, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not seem out of place on any ordinary day. But we can just rewind the clock. It's fine. They can just rewind as, you know? You know? Well, that certainly was a Mnestic experience, wasn't it, everyone? Can we... Hold on, let's see. We got the reward, so we can... Yay! We got the guy.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
We got the guy. I've already got... I don't need, like, any summoning tickets at the moment. You know what I do need? I just need this shit. Give me growth material.
Another pull for fun? No, I don't have anything that I need to grab though, you know? You know what? Sure. We'll see if we can get anything from Gregor. Yay, we got Otis. We'll do another one. Yay, streamer luck? Streamer luck? Alright, cool. Anyways, how was the Intervallo? Honestly, it was pretty freaking cool to actually see Bamboo-Hatted Kim actually get done some justice. I was hoping that there would be more, like, details about N-Corp and everything, but I guess we're gonna learn more about that in the Kanto. As far as everything else goes, though, it's all pretty dang cool. I'd say it's like a 8.5 out of 10. Because they literally just brought us back to S-Corp. We're back in the fucking building again. As far as, like, how this relates to, like, our future and Limbus Company's future, it's a little vague, and I don't know if it will or not. I guess we are doing the Walpurgis without Mersal. Maybe we don't even do the Walpurgis at all. From what I understand, no idea. Anyways, I am going to hop off stream and I'm going to fucking eat something, alright? Everybody else should go eat something and drink something as well. Drink water, eat something, hug your mother, tell her you love her, all that jazz. Y'all have a good one.